Hello and welcome to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are your host, as always, Attlas Alux, and today is a very special day. It's a departure, certainly, from the series that we've been doing for the last 3 weeks on the Alm of Life, on following your bliss and descending into your abyss, exploring your abyss, and of course, returning to home base. We would like to take the opportunity of the fact that today's live stream follows Valentine's Day. And because of that, we would like to take advantage of the opportunity to shift in our tone, shift in our demeanor, shift in our delivery. We already have individuals popping in and saying hello. Benjamin says, hi, hello. Tiffany says, hola. And I'm sure more people will be shuffling in here as we progress. You'll have to forgive us if we seem a little bit out of sorts right now, just at this moment. But the paramedics left the house about 5 minutes ago to take our father to the hospital again. And without getting into any details, it's nothing life-threatening at the moment. It's just, it's more precautionary than any. And the fact that he needs the supervision and he needs the care that he can receive there. So if we seem a little bit out of sorts, it's because we had two firemen and two paramedics in the house, and they left no more than 5 minutes ago. So we really rushed down here. We turned everything on. We didn't even have a chance to test the internet to make sure it's going smoothly, but it seems to be going smoothly. Touch wood. So everything seems to be all right. So we're just taking this opportunity to settle back down again and settle into the groove that we had hoped for and planned for today's live stream. Stuart is here, and he says, "Hey, shifty ones, love to all." Are you insinuating something by that, my friend? Do you claim to know something about us that we don't? Careful now. We have friends who own cement companies. Joanne is chiming in, and she says, "Greetings to all, peace and gratitude." Well, peace and welcome, Joanne. It is a pleasure to have you here again, as it is all of you. And Stuart says, "Yes, just a gentle jest." Well, yeah, no, it's good. But remember, when you're poking fun at someone who's shifty, don't be surprised if they poke back. Well, Ah, there was something we knew that we had forgotten, and it just came to us now. Okay, here. We are putting the link uh, for today's live stream if you want to pop on and say hello. And why is it not on the screen? Let's try this again. Show. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it's in the chat. The links are in the chat, and there it is on screen as well. You're more than welcome to join today, because as much as this is going to be a sharing and a transfer of information, as most of our live streams are, perhaps today, if you feel the impulse from within, the being impulse, to share your own experiences, your own language around today's topic, we more than welcome that. If today is a bit more of a discussion than usual, we would welcome that wholeheartedly, especially given that the topic today is love. And we hope, as we progress through the unfoldment of today's session, you will see why the symbols behind us, the rose, and why roses are emblematic of love, the red rose. Because, of course, when any flower blooms naturally, there is a fundamental universal affinity that comes from the very depths of our being, that we recognize the blooming flower and the scented blooming flower as inherently connected to this phenomenon, this miracle that we have dedicated today's live stream to. It is the miracle of love. And that miracle, like all miracles, comes about as a consequence of a whole spectrum of truths, a whole series, a voluptuousness. It's like an ecosystem of faculties and parameters and aspects that both erupt from it and that love itself feeds on. In many ways, if you have ever seen any of the videos, or perhaps they are artist renditions of the sun and the eruptions of the sun, if you have ever felt such a phenomenon in your heart, you know there is this almost indescribable feeling of a well, here, Azazel says, hey, he says, this year we won't eat the Divine Mother's chocolate. When you're in love, you might experience something in your heart which is very much like a pot of melted, bubbling, boiling chocolate. We'll let that sit with you for a minute. But you know that feeling, that fullness. We can't say it's boiling water, because water is, it's good for many things, but it's just it doesn't encapsulate that when your heart is full, it's swollen, and it's full of love, and that, but it's active, it's not static, it's moving, it's shifting. We all have experiences that perhaps we might struggle to describe, or perhaps we've spent the time meditating and contemplating exactly how we would describe them. And I suppose we are beginning with the very down to earth experiential level, because again, we want to invite any of you who wish to participate in any way to come on and share what you wish to share. So if we begin from that grassroots, ground floor level, the level that we are at, and the experiences that we have had, then that can form a foundation for us on which to explore the depths. How deep does this rabbit hole go exactly? And to where can it take us? Because truly, love is like the rabbit hole that Attlas goes down. It will take us places that we never fathomed, we never dreamed imaginable. And in its depths, in its fullness, and in its ultimate expression lies what is to us mere mortals truly unfathomable and incomprehensible and almost unbearable, if you can believe that. If you have had an experience of being touched by a love that deep and that grand, that immense, there is nothing that is going to open your eyes to the limitations of the mortal being, the mortal vessel. You and I, us personalities, monkey minds, and physical bodies. There is nothing that will hammer home and galvanize for you the limitations and just how far this vessel can take us than to experience the heights, the depths, and the scope, the breadth and scope of love that awaits us in the beyond, well beyond this mortal existence. And to have a taste of that and to be able to experience that is, again, we reiterate, incomprehensible. It's beyond all words. And it is right on the border of being unbearable. Of course, in our case, we know this by direct experience. And we write about it in our book, but of course, we've also written about it on our blog. And it's not a matter of reading it here for you now, because this is a let's face it, an utterly pathetic attempt to put into words the experience of being touched by the Christ, the Logos, which is love. And this graphic here showing someone who's essentially being blown away and like blowing apart from within, his heart exploding and erupting, and his entire physical existence almost dissolving right there and then, as if a star had gone supernova in his heart. This is, and the words in this particular expression, we did our best, but it's a pathetic attempt at trying to capture and encapsulate what the experience was like. However, what we will say is much of what is in this poem spontaneously came to us and through us. It wasn't automatic writing. We weren't possessed by anything, by any stretch of the imagination. But these words were just we were the only words we could find in the moment to express to the Christ who had come to pay us a visit. Invariably, we cannot talk about love in its ultimate expression without talking about the Christ, for a number of different reasons. Before we get into those reasons, we're going to backtrack, and we may have missed you, Leah, but Leah said, "Good day, blessings all." Thank you, Leah. It is a pleasure to have you here with us again. And Stuart says, "Love is the greatest gift we can receive, followed quickly by loss, so that we fully appreciate the first gift. And in this connection, we have a beat, a rhythm to move to the pulse of life." No doubt we have all been there. And who said it? Where does it come? Was it Shakespeare? "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all." Pretty sure that's Shakespeare. For the precise reason that Stuart describes here. A moment of love is better than a lifetime of wealth and prosperity and comfort and security without love. I think we can all agree on that. Would you trade the moments of love that you have felt? Would you trade even a moment of any of those experiences for all the tea in China? How about for all the shares of Tesla? Now, clearly, no one would. And if they would, they are psychologically sick. They are lost. They are machines who care not for love, who care more for their pleasures and their comforts and their security and their materialism. Because love has nothing to do with any of that. Love is that ineffable there isn't even a word that you can't call love an energy. It's not a medium. It's not any word that you try to find to say love is the blank that moves us or whatever. There is no words suffice. All words fall short of love. Poets have devoted their lives to trying to put love into words. Like the great Sufi poet Rumi, for instance. Let's continue with a few comments really quick before we go. Azazel says the graphic, the one here, is as good as it gets. And he says that part of lost part is pretty damn disappointing though. Yes, the love lost part. That hurts a lot because we cannot help but in our current state, we become attached to love and to feelings of love and being in love and everything that comes with that relationship. So when we lose love, then yes, of course, we feel as though we've lost a part of ourselves. And when we don't feel love, it can feel like a part of us is missing, that a part of us is lacking. There is a faculty, not of our mortal vessel, our mortal self, but a higher faculty, which is lying dormant. But on that note, Benjamin says, love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, and endures all things. This last part, of course, this is that famous passage from Corinthians, which almost every couple who gets married in a church has this read at their wedding. And this last part, love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. You may be sensing some connection between the last few phrases of this passage and our exploration 3 weeks ago of your bliss and what constitutes bliss. When we say that which we are willing to suffer and even die for, the object of our passion. Again, we end up invoking the Christ because the crucifixion is called the passion of the Christ. Why? Because Christ suffered and died for humanity. His bliss, the meaning of his very existence in flesh and blood in that lifetime. So, and passion clearly is a word associated with love. And passion is a word associated with bliss, with following that which you were born to do and born to be, that which you are most passionate about, that which you love. Stuart says, a wave is the closest word that comes to me as love washes through us, or yes, washes through us, washes over us. And the Japanese word for a colossal wave is, of course, tsunami. And the interesting thing about Stuart's choice of words here is that a tsunami has a more than just a cleansing effect. A tsunami will strip the landscape bare. It essentially will reset the landscape back to zero. The significance of that will become clear as we progress in our conversation today. And it embodies the definition which we give people when we describe what love is. Love is severity and mercy in balanced measure applied unconditionally with infinite wisdom. And so a wave that washes over us or washes through us brings with it a great many things. And love is an additive phenomenon from that point of view. But just as a wave brings with it many things, a wave washes away just as many things, if not more things. And therein lies love's subtractive aspect. Addition, subtraction, positive, negative, masculine, feminine. So Stuart's choice of a word here may be truly inspired. And insofar as the motion and the movement of water can take different forms and different wave forms, different flow forms, love flows, does it not? And it can swirl. Water has many, 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 many different characteristics. Even Bruce Lee said, water can flow or water can crash. Water embodies the severity and mercy. Water brings with it nutrients and oxygen, and it can carry vessels, and it can also wash away villages, towns, cities, nations, continents. So there is that severity and mercy, that positive, negative, that masculine, feminine is, of course, in that water. And we would be remiss to take on a subject like love without touching upon sexuality and the sexual waters and the waves that move through us and over us when we are in the sexual act. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Stuart also adds here, he says, love endures all. Sovereigns endure all. Love is all. May its waves engulf us all and heal the heartbroken. And he says, a hand wave also encompasses a greeting and an au revoir. You're getting clever now with the puns. Yes, so you can wave hello and you can wave goodbye with the same wave. No, it's true. It's true. And there is no doubt that there is a relationship between why they called this a wave. Because just like a wave that comes and it crashes onto the shore and then it recedes back into the ocean. It comes and it goes. That's the other interesting thing about a wave. Is a wave doesn't just move in one direction. It oscillates. And it is that movement, that back and forth movement, like you said, that coming and going. Again, this relates directly to the union of forces. When one thinks of oscillating back and forth in the context of love, what may come to mind is a scene of a couple dancing, but real dancing, proper dancing, ballroom dancing. Or there's a beautiful scene from the film Catch Me If You Can. It's such a quaint, lovely little moment where Leonardo DiCaprio's character is at the house of his fiance's parents. And after dinner, for whatever reason, he's walking past the kitchen and he peeks into the kitchen and there's his fiance's mother and father doing the dishes. They have some soft music playing and they're side by side. One is washing, one is drying, and they're hip to hip, just rocking back and forth, slowly oscillating, slowly rocking back and forth in unison as they do the dishes together. And the subtle lesson and the subtle beauty in that particular on-screen moment, and why it's of such particular interest to Leonardo DiCaprio's character, is because his own parents have gotten a divorce. He's from a broken home and he had an idealized notion. His mother and father met during the war, and his character, Frank Abagnale Jr., developed a very romantic idea about love and marriage. But now his parents were divorced, and so when he peeks into the kitchen and he sees his fiance's parents in this lovely, quiet, tender moment, expression of love as they do the dishes together. He sees the wonder, the value, and the miracle of that. He sees the value in that. He sees the romance. And really, he longs for that. Perhaps more than anything in life. He longs for that kind of tenderness and warmth and that loving family. That family unit of this warm, cozy embrace. Where even the mundane act of doing dishes becomes an act of lovemaking. Have you experienced that? Have you had a moment shared with someone, romantic or otherwise, where some shared activity for some shared purpose became for you and for them an expression of love, a living, breathing, heightened, enlightened moment of beauty and truth, where whatever it is you were doing with them transcended the corporeal, the physical, the material, the mechanical. And now, what you had done 1,000 times before, probably half unconsciously and mechanically, and you did it like just going through the motions, but now it had been transformed. And now it rose out of the depths of the darkness and mechanicity and reached new heights of significance. Perhaps you have experienced something where you were in a group of people and for whatever reason, circumstances unfolded and that group of people started spontaneously singing. And maybe they started singing a song which you had heard 1,000 times before and you never really gave it much thought. But now they're surrounded by others who are spontaneously moved to unite in harmony. And they, whatever song they start singing, that song is transformed and everyone is transformed. And for a brief moment, everyone transcends this mere mortal existence. It is not the harmonization of the music. It is not the song. It is not the lyrics. It is not even the mere gathering or the numbers. Because maybe you've experienced with this with 3 people, maybe with 5, maybe with 10, 50, 100, 500, 5,000, 50,000. The number doesn't matter. So what does? What does matter? We said earlier that there are things and circumstances, it's like an ecosystem. Things have to come together and work together and move somehow together to enable this phenomenon called love, to express. But that's it, isn't it? It's the coming together. It's the union, the harmonizing. We don't know anyone who can resist a beautiful harmony, a beautiful choir, whether it's a gospel choir or it's a classical choir or it's a choir in a church accompanied by a pipe organ. Because of course, what is a pipe organ if not the instrument of harmony, of resonance? If you have ever heard a pipe organ played in a classically designed, engineered, and built cathedral where all of the geometry is sacred and the materials, the stone and the wood, everything is real, everything is alive. And so when that pipe organ, those brass pipes, begin to vibrate and resonate, and the air and the space all begins to vibrate and resonate with the same frequencies, and the entire building harmonizes. There's this beauty erupts. And then if you have a congregation in there on top of things, or a choir, and they're singing hymns, and all of their voices are in unison, and now this entire building, this entire cathedral resonates with that harmony and those voices. Those stones are singing along. The wood in the pews are singing along with the choir. This is what's happening. This is what is taking place objectively. The monads of the mineral kingdom and the plant kingdom, it is their life is giving meaning and purpose in that building where they worship divine nature, and they are able to resonate and sing along the praises, the gratitude, the humility, and above all else, the love. Anytime two entities come together by the law of attraction, they're drawn to one another. And in their interaction is a harmonious union out of which something is born. It could be a moment, it could be a song, it could be anything. An inspired moment of creation that two entities came together to make happen, to make real. This is an act of love. Before we continue on that thought, we'll jump back here. And Azazel says, a night hardly gets darker than the nights after a sunny day without clouds. A night hardly gets darker than the nights after a sunny day without clouds. But if the day had no clouds, then the night also has no clouds and it's full of stars. So how could you call that night dark? It's full of stars. Anyway, you'll have to explain that one, Azazel, perhaps. Because if there's no stars in the night sky, then you get a dark night. But anyway, maybe we're reading it too literally. Stuart says, yes, I've been blessed to share moments along the way that have been beyond words, like sparks that ignited the passion to join the divinity at all times. And here again, you hear these words repeated. Now, earlier we were talking about water, and now Stuart is invoking fire because he's talking about sparks and he's talking about an ignition. And passion is not passive. Passion is active. Passion is fiery. Passion is the fire that burns in your belly and it burns in your heart. So love as a wave, as water flowing, and all of the aspects of water that we discussed, again, is only one aspect of love. Water can flow or water can crash. And water has the ability to crystallize and dissolve, but only when it's brought to the boiling point. And to boil water, you need fire. This is the fundamental tenet of alchemy. And Master Samael has this beautiful expression when he says, in order for that which must be dissolved to dissolve, and that which must be crystallized to crystallize, the water must boil at 100 degrees. That's how you make crystals. And that's how you dissolve. For example, we all know what it's like trying to dissolve sugar in cold water. But you put a teaspoon of sugar in your hot tea or your hot coffee, and it instantly dissolves. So earlier, when we said that a wave can cleanse, the water can deliver, but it can also dissolve, it can also cleanse, absolutely. But the power of water to dissolve increases exponentially when you apply fire to the water. And the ability of water to crystallize, to give birth to new minerals, new mineral bodies, as it were. But not just mineral bodies, but also metaphysical bodies. But in order for the waters, the sexual waters, to crystallize our metaphysical bodies, our solar bodies, that water has to boil at 100 degrees. Likewise, if what we hope to accomplish is the alchemical transmutation of lead into gold, the lead of egos into the gold of the solar bodies, the human soul, then likewise, the water must boil at 100 degrees so that it can dissolve those egos. And from the dissolved egos, reconstitute and reconfigure and create the crystallized solar bodies to transmute lead into gold through the alchemical process. Fire and water are the basis, are the foundation for that alchemical process. Stuart says, before those moments was total darkness of being lost, yet would not stay quiet, would not accept life as it was. Yet first, I was to lose it all before coming to join it all, step by step. It all goes aum. Yet it's before every exaltation comes a great humiliation. It's just That's the way it is. It's the way it works. And when one considers the life of a flower, of a plant, born of a seed, just cast to the wind or somehow taken out from its home, and it lands in the dirt or it lands on the hard rock, and it must find its way to some soft earth in which it can sprout, lay down roots, and grow. It's really a harsh, humble, humiliating type of start to one's existence, really, before it can ever express as a beautiful rose like those behind us. The seed sort of has to get lost before it can find its way in the world and be all that it can be. Azazel says, yeah, we remember our own baptism and even remember the psalm. He was referring to our description of the cathedral. He says, most people don't believe that, but we don't give a damn about that. And Benjamin says, very nice, inspiring comments from everyone. Indeed. Well, as we said, we felt that this topic, if any, deserves a sort of more interactive discussion type of an approach, because as we hope is becoming slowly unfolding and blooming in your conscious awareness, love invariably requires a coming together, a union, a harmony. And what love is able to do, as we expressed, is to take the mundane and transform it and transmute it into the divine. That, in essence, is what love is. It is the power, the miracle, the magic by which the mundane, the everyday, the crude suddenly becomes an expression of the divine. In his poem Ode on a Grecian Urn, John Keats writes in the final couplet, "Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all you can know in life and all you need to know." And we bring up that poem because the glorious nature of that particular work of poetry is that it is heightening and elevating this urn and raising it up. What comes to mind are the illuminated texts, the illuminated scriptures of the Christian and Muslim traditions, where, of course, in medieval times, for Islam, which does not permit depictions of Muhammad or Allah, the Quran and their other sacred texts, because they also read the Bible, are illuminated with calligraphy and geometry. And in the case of Christianity, in medieval times, the monks who had to copy out Bibles by hand, they created many illuminated Bibles, which had gold leaf in the margins, and they had many drawings and, of course, immaculate and impeccable calligraphy. And the notion here was that the contents of the text were deserving of a heightened divine representation, to be raised up, to be illuminated, to be glorified, to be treated with the reverence, respect, and resplendence embodied in the text itself. So the illuminated text became and is a great tradition. And frankly, to the individuals contributing to the creation of these texts or creating them entirely on their own, it could take a monk years to create one of these illuminated Bibles. Years of devotion, years of dedication, years of passion. But it was their love of Christ, it was their love of God. They had devoted themselves to their faith, they had devoted themselves to the church, and now they were devoting themselves to creating an illuminated Bible, an illuminated expression of the Logos, the Word of God. Might there have been monks who were just going through the motions? There might have been. But when you are in the presence of one of these Bibles, it is hard to entertain that possibility when you feel what is resonating and radiating from a text which has years of devotion and dedication and concentration and conscious energy and effort poured into it. And on top of everything else, it has gold leaf on every page resonating with that energy. It's not by accident that in the Catholic faith at least, the preservation of so-called relics is a part of that tradition. Because even though the relics, and by relics literally mean like personal items and or body parts of saints and so on, because despite the fact that they're, mummified hands or whatever they are, and they're just the physical remnants of said saint or prophet, they still resonate. Like when you hit a tuning fork and it resonates for minutes. Artifacts which are created with love likewise resonate with that love. And we can commune with the spirit which was behind the creative act in that artifact coming into being. Especially when we connect through their work, whether it's visual or music or a combination, or it's an opera or a film, or it's dialogue, or it's just literature, words on a page, or poetry, or scripture. When we connect to the spirit which was responsible for the creation of that artifact, and as we interact with it, and there is a union, and out of that union can come a miraculous, divine, loving experience, an experience of love. And we can feel the passion, the devotion, the dedication, the care, the suffering, and sacrifice that went into the creation of that artifact, which we now are interacting with and communing with and experiencing directly. And it is activating those aspects within ourselves, those faculties, which come into activity with and through love. Stewart says, love is the beat that defeats fear. Eventually, ecstatically, emphatically. It's so illogical to cling to fears on this journey. A holy woman once made a passing remark that even love has logic. What a blessing to have heard her. Ultimately, love is a force which has the power to create and destroy. As is appropriate to its nature of severity and mercy, positive and negative. Like the wave, like fire, like the boiling water, which dissolves and crystallizes. Creation and destruction are the purview of the divine feminine. So again, it's serendipitous here that Stewart invoked an experience of a holy woman speaking to him of the logic of love. That logic can be seen all around us, all the time, and within us. But we look at divine Mother Nature, or we contemplate and retrospect on the past 3 weeks of bliss, abyss, and returning to the base and the diamond, and we realize the circular nature of that: birth, sacrifice, death, and birth. Sacrifice, death, and birth. no one can deny there is a logic to nature. And although more than one man has scratched his head desperately trying to understand women and how illogical they can be or seem at times, we cannot deny that the divine feminine has an underlying logic to her. There is method to the chaos, to the madness that is this world we live in. And that method to the madness, the logic to the chaos, we covered these past 3 weeks. It's the Aum of life. And love is not without moments of pain. Love is not without moments of suffering. There are no phenomena in the universe which only go in one direction all the time. The law of the pendulum on the mechanical level is expressed on the divine level through the law of oscillation between the masculine and the feminine, and the union of masculine and feminine, and the creation which is born of the union of masculine and feminine. But there is an oscillation, there is an ebb and flow, like the tides, like sound that travels in waves, pulses. There are compression and relaxation, like the breath, like so many phenomena in the universe, which are all expressions of love, because all attraction and repulsion in that dance, that eternal dance, it's even in the Tao, and it's certainly in the cross of masculine and feminine, and the Ankh, and we can go on and on and on. All sacred symbols embody this. They are all symbols of love. But where the divine feminine matters here, we must recognize that creation is the purview of the feminine. Creation and destruction. The divine masculine can have the impulse to create. It can have vision, inspiration, imagination. But even that it can't have without the divine feminine, because the space in which what the masculine imagines exists in the body of the divine feminine, just on a more subtle level. Because psyche is feminine, mind is feminine. The entire universe, the body of the universe is feminine. The masculine cannot create anything without the feminine, because all that it creates and everything that exists does so by virtue of the divine feminine. And this is why traditionally women were put on pedestals. and they were adored, and they were worshipped. And certainly the divine feminine was worshipped in all mystery schools and all ancient cultures. The divine feminine was worshipped. That she became a bit of a sideline in Christianity, rather in Catholicism, and then later the Christian sects, which branched off of Catholicism. Relegated the woman to the divine mother, the mother of God, the mother of Christ. But strangely, if you go to South America and other Latin countries, the cults of worship to Mary are everywhere. And their love of Mary and their appreciation and reverence for Mary, the mother of God, the mother of Jesus, runs very deep. Their love and reverence and devotion and prayer to Mary. There's a long tradition in Latin countries, more so than others. And it may be because the Latin countries are directly linked to Rome, and that in the Roman pantheon, the divine feminine took on a very important role, just as she did in the Greeks, because Athena, was an incredible statue of Athena in the Temple of Apollo, the Oracle of Delphi. Well, the Oracle of Delphi itself, right? There was a long tradition of women taking on very unique, very distinct, and very powerful and potent roles in spirituality, precisely because of their connection to the divine feminine. Benjamin says, as the saying goes, there's a method for my madness. Transposes here, haha. Stuart says, the divine feminine logic often boggles the masculine mind. This is natural as she carries creativity in her womb. The masculine is made to protect her creativity. Faith in each other brings a glorious union in harmony. Benjamin also says the Divine Mother, or Sophia, gave birth or created Yaldabaoth, the demiurge chaos. Yes, but a statement like that requires hours to unpack. This is just it's not incorrect, but most people cannot begin to understand what that means. And we're not going to spend the time today unpacking that, because frankly, except for the part about Sophia, and Sophia is wisdom. Yeah, the demiurgos is too big a topic for us to get into. All these these things, especially when we're talking about love, because we want to focus on the feeling of love, not so much the intellectual stuff, right? Because it's fine for Stuart to say Zeus, for all his mighty, knew he needed Gaia and Hera, and okay. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for us? Because no matter what, we can't, none of us can make any serious connection to that statement. An intellectual one, yes. But this does not invoke within us, because all of these terms are, Benjamin says, yeah, in reference to the logic of love, I guess it's more twisted in that sense. Here's where we're going to take this logic of love, and it's not twisted, Benjamin. It becomes twisted in the mind. But love is not known in the mind. None of us can understand love. We really can't. Yes, we can say it's severity and mercy and balanced measure and infinite wisdom, etc., etc., etc. We can rhyme these things off intellectually. But you don't know love intellectually. You know it through your heart. It's not by accident that all those Valentine's cards have hearts on them. And specifically, you know it through the superior heart center. The logic in love is not the logic of the mind. It is the wisdom of Sophia. In other words, it is the logic of the Logos. It is the word. Beauty is truth, and truth, beauty. That is why women are associated with beauty. And yes, there's men, most of the time, even in the ancient world, if you had men associated with beauty, there was an element of like Narcissus, right? Narcissism or whatever, pride. Yes, Michelangelo carved David, and it is obviously an expression of beauty, and there is beauty in the masculine form, but it doesn't begin to hold a candle to the beauty in the feminine form. The masculine contribution to creation is a spark, a seed, and the impulse. The masculine force, it's like, again, the ignition which starts the car. The masculine impulse is to create with and through the feminine. Without the feminine, the masculine cannot create. Why are men, generally speaking, so interested in machines? Like, for example, cars or technology or engineering or whatever the case may be, airplanes, whatever the case may be. Because mechanical nature is feminine. And working with nature and being able to craft and sculpt and take apart and put back together in new and novel ways to accomplish something, or to accomplish important needs, to meet the needs of humanity, for example. This is the masculine impulse, to work with nature and work with the feminine in order to create. To express, and express through an act of creation. And why, for example, you have men who are plumbers and men who are doing car maintenance, mechanics. And all along the line, these men who work with their hands, and we call them skilled laborers or journeymen or craftspeople or tradesmen, these are all essential to civilization, to a modern civilization, but even ancient civilizations. You had to have the blacksmith, you had to have the baker, you had to have these roles filled. And many of the men who filled them were following their bliss. Like today, many chefs and many, because they love what they do, and when you strip away all the details and strip away all the differences, they're all really doing the same thing. They're serving Mother Nature, and they're working with and through Mother Nature in some capacity. And they're pouring their love into their work, which is their bliss, their passion. And the result of that is that they love what they do, and you can feel that love, you can see that love in the fruits of their labor. And why is it fruits of their labor? Because a fruit is the result of the union of masculine and feminine in the flower. The whole reason why the flower exists and it blooms is to attract what it longs to unite with. And then the flower dies, and what appears in its place is a fruit. So the masculine, the divine masculine, seeks to unite with the feminine, with that flower. And through their effort and through their impulse to work with that flower, to see the fruits of their labors realized. This is what it means to bear fruit, that our efforts bear fruit. That effort, that impulse, that energy, that action, that cause in and through the feminine, we see an effect. And we long for that effect to bear fruit, to have an expression, a positive, productive meaningful expression in and through the feminine, which we can look at and say, that we did good work. None of what we just described is possible without love. Love is what makes all of this possible. If there's no love, there's no impulse. And if there's no impulse, there's no union. And without union, there's no fruit. Without the loving union of the masculine and feminine, there can be no fruit. There is no bearing of fruit. Love is the force, the magical, ephemeral phenomenon that sets the entire universe in motion, including the Aum of life, and especially the law of three, the creative law of the universe. Benjamin says, I agree. It's more perspectival. I'm a single guy on the path. Leah says, we're, women, emotional. I'm in tears. We certainly hope that they're tears of joy. Stuart says, Zeus knew not to rule through fear. He knew to love Mother Gaia and Hera, his wife. Without this, he would lose everything. When things were out of balance with his feminines, then things became problematic in the house of Zeus. And he follows that up and says, there is the beauty of masculine in the strength of wisdom, the beauty of the feminine in the strength, delicate creativity. Wisdom is born of experience, and all experience is feminine. The impulse to gain experience, to create experience, to create the wisdom through experience, that's masculine. And so the masculine force applies itself to the feminine. We have talked about Tantra in the past, but here, especially, we come to the foundation of Tantra itself. Love is synonymous with what we are about to describe. Most people only think of Tantra in the context of sexual activity between a man and a woman. And certainly, we don't have to give anybody here a biology lesson or physiology lesson in the mechanics of sexual union between man and woman, or male and female of many different species and many, many different plants. We all know that there is an active force and expressive force which is provided by the male, the masculine force. And that universally, in every case, the feminine is the receptive force. The female receives the seed that the male expresses, that the male gives. Now, Sophia is wisdom, but wisdom is born of experience. Expirare in Latin. Now, how does one create an experience, if not an expression through the medium of consciousness, which is feminine? There is an expression through that medium, and that expression is then unites with the reception, the receptive aspect of consciousness. And when some expression is received in consciousness, then what? You have an experience. You experience an impression. The expression makes an impression in the field of consciousness. That's masculine entering the feminine, and the union of masculine and feminine creates the experience, the expression. Ex meaning out. As in sex. So sexual union and experience on a fundamental level, it's Tantra. This is the true meaning of Tantra. The law of three, the creative force, and that wisdom, Sophia, requires the activity of the masculine upon the feminine. And even in Genesis, we're going to get the quote wrong, but it's, in the beginning was the word, and the word moved over the surface of the waters. Those waters are the sexual waters, and the waters of the Akash, of the body of the Divine Mother, the entire matrix of the universe. And the word, the logos, the masculine part, is just the impulse, is just the word, the creative verb, sound, a vibration that sets into activity the matrix. We can, in a very crude way, use virtual reality and video games or the digital medium to recognize that if you take some ones and zeros and some conceptual idea and you apply it to the matrix of a 3D game engine, then all of a sudden that three-dimensional world takes shape within that matrix. But all that's happening is some code is being applied to this generator, this a rendering engine. In other words, it renders in real time. And what's interesting is that quantum physicists have discovered that if there's nobody there to observe it, that it doesn't render, just like an actual 3D rendering engine. Except what they miss is the fact that in the real world, because consciousness is everywhere and everything has consciousness, everything is being rendered all the time, but it's rendered only to the level that's required for the level of being behind the consciousness that is receiving the expression. So for bees, who only see in certain spectrums of light, the ultraviolet spectrum, ultraviolet, like that's why for honeybees, flowers glow for them. If you ever imagined life as a honeybee, everything is dark except for the flowers that are bioluminescent and glowing all around you. Of course, because you're a bee and that's what you want. You want to find the flowers, and they all glow with basically different shades, different colors. But it's like looking, it's like, remember those black lights with fluorescent paint, and then the effect of that. That's how bees see the world. Now you can say, well, is that how bees are seeing the world, or is that how the world is being rendered in their consciousness in accordance with their level, and of course in accordance with their existence as a bee? There's an expression and there's a reception, but the experience is very different for a bee than it is for us, or a dog for that matter, or a bat, which uses sonar, or a great white shark, which likewise mostly is a great white shark is his eyesight is absolutely horrendous, but it navigates through electromagnetic fields, and it knows its prey, and it can sense things. People used to think that, oh well, it can smell blood in the water. Well, the prana is in the blood. You think that sharks come from like hundreds of miles away because they smell blood? How did the blood get hundreds of miles away in a matter of minutes? No, it's the energy. It's the prana. It's the electromagnetic energy that's spilled into the water with the blood. And that, because water is an excellent conductor of electricity, this is what sharks are attuned to. This is what attracts them. You see? Attraction based on reception of an expression of energy, creating an experience, and in that experience is that impression, and in that experiential knowledge, the wisdom of, food, even for a very primitive animal like a great white shark, which is very, very mechanical. It's a very mechanical level of being, a great white shark. I mean, they're called, like the perfect killing machines of the ocean. Although killer whales have one-upped them. Killer whales are much more effective, but they hunt in pods, and they're intelligent, and they're mammals and warm-blooded, and they have all kinds of biological advantages over the great white shark. But the great white shark has been around for millions and hundreds of millions of years, and it is still the apex predator in terms of fish, precisely because it is the perfect killing machine. It's like the Terminator of the ocean. It doesn't rely on anything as crude as scent. It's electromagnetic fields. It senses everything as electricity. It sees its entire world must be, well, it would be an interesting experiment to go into meditation and try to put oneself into the shoes of a great white shark and try to see if through meditation one can experience consciously what the world of a great white shark looks like or feels like. Because look like is not even the right term, right? Because it's not seeing with its eyes, but it's seeing electromagnetic fields. It's like that superhero Daredevil, right? That hears, that sees, because he taps and he creates It's like he has sonar, right? And so he ends up seeing seeing sound. So the great white shark sees electricity. We're getting a little bit off topic, but attraction is fundamental to love. As we said, entities, monads, must come together. It is the coming together that love facilitates and elevates and catalyzes and supports, and all of these other words we can apply in the experience. And the experience of love is precisely when we are a part of one of these coming together and we feel and we sense the presence of love. Because let's face it, we don't always feel that presence. Which begs the question, if love drives the universe and we're not always feeling the presence of love, why not? Why don't we? The shoes of a great white shark? Ha ha ha. He says, that's a funny image. Did we say shoes? I don't think we said shoes. But anyway. Oh, yeah, we did say that, didn't we? Put yourself in the shoes of a great white shark. We did say that. You're right. That is a funny image. But what were we going to say, Stuart? Put yourself in the fins of a great white shark? No. Put yourself in the skin of a great white shark? Anyway. I'm sure you can find an image on Google in moments of a shark wearing shoes. There was a cartoon in the 70s about a shark, right? There were a bunch of surfers on the West Coast, and there was a shark. It was a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. It was I can't remember the name of the cartoon, but shark. Anyway, short-lived Hanna-Barbera cartoon from the 70s. Not important. Not important. It's a non sequitur. We've spent nearly 2 hours talking a lot about different aspects of love, and we haven't even really started to touch on we've sort of been skirting around various different aspects and issues, but we haven't really had an opportunity or a chance to dive into the experience of love, what we might call on the romantic level, which is really what Valentine's Day is about. It's the feast day of Valentinus, or Saint Valentine, and he's the patron saint of lovers. So while we can talk about the love of a mother for a child, the love of someone has for their pet, or filial love between friends, love between brothers and sisters, extended family members, and we can cover all of that love. But really, since we mentioned Tantra, we start to hone in and focus on love between man and woman. And rightly or wrongly, for our purposes, we're going to be talking about the love between a man and a woman. Not to say that love is, by any stretch of the imagination, limited to relationships between men and women. But we don't have personal experience of relationships of the other kind. So we can't talk about what those experiences are like. And secondly, we are here to share knowledge regarding the esoteric importance and purpose of love and the union between masculine and feminine, man and woman. From an esoteric perspective, from a spiritual perspective, in terms of the Alm of life, the path of the razor's edge, or the path of the Bodhisattva. But practically speaking, again, down in our experience, from our standpoint, love is that incomprehensible, magical, je ne sais quoi, which blooms between two people. This happens on a number of different levels, but to the true masters of love, to the great lovers, love blooms on the mental, on the emotional, on the physical, on the level of aspirations, on the level of bliss. That's not to say that two individuals have to share the same bliss. Those two individuals are each other's bliss. They are an aspect of their bliss. Their oneness, their union is an aspect of their bliss. And the masculine and feminine energies and impulses are complementary. In the same way that in Tantra, the masculine is expressive and the feminine is receptive. And in that relationship, we have creation. Sexually, it's the same. Well, what about mentally? What about emotionally? The masculine force, the impulsive force, the expressive, inspired force seeks to work with and through the feminine to accomplish its bliss. To take a very crude example, the man who wants to build a log cabin needs to work with the wood. Without the wood, he's never going to have a log cabin. And that's all the feminine. That's all divine nature. So the relationship between masculine and feminine is always relates to the feminine in support of the bliss, the destiny, the goal, the purpose, that the masculine force has. Because the masculine cannot create, cannot achieve, cannot accomplish, cannot realize without the feminine. Before we continue, we have first of all, we're going to take Benjamin's comment first when he says, so they are no longer two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let no man put asunder. Yeah, let no man separate. Yeah, that's, again, the attraction between masculine and feminine is to unite, and in that union, in this particular case, it's one flesh, and the union of that one flesh, that one person, that one body is born, for example, a new child, a new body, a physical body, new physical body that is, or in the case of white tantra, in the case of sexual alchemy, what is born are the solar bodies of the individuals engaging in white tantra. Because no matter what happens, when two entities, masculine and feminine, come together and unite in love, something is going to be created. And we're getting there. Leah asks, aren't there 8 different types of love? Why, maybe. Why don't you list them for us? We're sure that there is a good sound source that will give you a list of 8 different types of love. So what? Platonic love, filial love, the love of family, the love of country, the love, I don't know. For us, there's an infinite number of different types of love. So, but if you have a list of 8 that works for you, that's good. That's good. But you'll have to give us that list because we can't rhyme that list of 8 off for you. We are those are like flavors of ice cream. We're talking about what makes ice cream. We're talking about, cows and cream and sugar and sugar cane and right, and vanilla pods and I don't know. Like we're trying to get at the heart and soul of love itself, the foundational elements of love. What is love? What makes love? Benjamin says, I know of 3 types of love. Agape. We never know how to pronounce this word. Is it agape or agape? Agape, platonic, and eros. Again, okay, if you have 3 and those work for you, fine. Where does love of your pet fall into those 3? Out of curiosity. Or love of your bliss, love of your work. Is that? You see, it's fine if you want to explain those or that you've heard those or that you've read them or you've encountered them. But what do they mean? Platonic, yes, we all know what platonic love means. It's friendship. And eros, we all know what that means, right? It's romantic and it's sexual. But what does that really mean? What does it really entail? Maybe we set ourselves an impossible task today. And maybe we all cling to whatever things that we've read or things that we've heard or things that we've seen or uh, right? And these different labels and so on and so forth. So, for example, Benjamin says, I don't know. For me, agape love embodies all kinds of love. Okay. We want to get under love's skin. We want to climb into bed under the sheets with love. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. It's agape. Agape. Okay. According to Tiffany, that's the correct spelling or correct pronunciation. Agape. Okay. So our purpose for today is to know love from within, to know love experientially, comprehensively, and the metaphysical, magical alchemy by which love comes into being and flows through us into the world. Leah says she'll have to look more in depth for those. And if you think it's important, if you think that's important, then by all means. We personally, because we believe there are an infinite kinds of love, infinite. We're just not sure how helpful it is to have a list of 8 or a list of 3. Maybe it is. Maybe it is valuable. Maybe it is useful. But we have come this far in our life and in our mission and on our bliss and have never been guided to or been told to get our list of 8 kinds of love, because we know from experience that we have experienced love that is far beyond the number 8. So whatever list that someone has and felt valuable to make, good for them. We're here to say that if you can get to the foundation of love, to the heart and soul of love itself, then you too will read that list of 8 and go, they just cherry picked 8 out of infinity. And sure, they may be 8 of the most common types of love, but we're going to go out on a limb here and say that none of you are here because you want to do what's common. And none of you are here because you want to be common. And none of you are here because you want to love in some sort of common way. Just as we have never been drawn to any type of intellectual definitions of love or kinds of love or types of love, precisely because we long for oneness and union with the most highest, rarest, most valuable, most precious love there is. Stewart says, love as the acceptance of wholeness oscillates wildly. The acceptance of wholeness oscillates wildly. Maybe you want to expand on that or express more clearly, because oscillating wildly, let us take this moment now to express what isn't love, or rather, that which takes love into places where love becomes lessened, or twisted, corrupted, degenerated. Stewart says, I need to meditate on that expression. Well, let's look at that oscillating. That word, the word here that caught our attention is wildly. Now, wildly comes from wild. Wild refers to mechanical nature. And rest assured that many, including many of us, at some point in our life, confused and conflated infatuation with love, and confused and conflated lust with love, and confused and conflated an exciting new dynamic relationship with being in love, or a relationship which swung wildly on the pendulum of I love her, I hate her, he loves me not, or we fight like cats and dogs, but then have the best sex of our lives. And then when we're not, if it's not sparks in the bedroom, it's a raging grease fire in the kitchen. That's the expression that we prefer to use because everybody can relate to it. At least once in your life, or you know a couple like this, or your parents were like this. Okay? Sexual chemistry is very often confused for love. Because sexual chemistry, especially since the sexual revolution, is responsible for a great many roller coaster thrill rides which sadly end in divorce, or they end up where the individuals end up hating each other. Because the novelty of the sexual infatuation, of the roller coaster thrill ride, of the, oh my God, he lights up my world, or oh my God, she's the greatest, she whatever. That the novelty wears off, especially if the couple is fornicating and you're spilling the seed, you're wasting the sexual energy. And because when you are in a relationship that is driven ultimately by lust, by sexual chemistry as the primary driver, it's exciting, it's dynamic, it's a roller coaster thrill ride, and yeah, it oscillates wildly, because if you're not making incredible fireworks in the bedroom, Yeah, you're putting out raging grease fires in the kitchen. You're throwing and hurling stuff at each other. Because when two people have sexual chemistry, the sexual energy wants to flow and will flow, and it doesn't care how it flows. Only that it flows through the mechanical mind, the mechanical heart, and the mechanical sex. Lust, anger, envy, pride, fear, greed. But that attraction, there's an element of love in there. There has to be, because all attraction is love. And in that sexual chemistry, there's love at the root and heart of that. It's just what on our mechanical level of being is taking advantage of that, is twisting it and corrupting it and using it to its advantage, harnessing it for its own desires. And then mentally, we talk ourselves into how much we love that person. And emotionally, we allow ourselves to get caught up in the sentimentality of the moment. But you see, this is love only on the sexual level, only on the physical, energetic level. True love is an affinity on the mental, the emotional, and the sexual and spiritual level. Where just being, just having a conversation with the individual over the phone is making love. Where going on a road trip, a day trip or a longer road trip in a car, and putting on some beautiful music and just being with one another for hours and not having to say a word. And most of us have experienced some instances of thinking about someone and they call you up on the phone, or calling someone up and then picking up the phone and said, I was just about to call you. Right? And having those experiences, even if they're on the other side of the world. Right? These types of connections and affinities, right, where we are united emotionally, mentally, intuitively, even over vast distances. We don't have to be physically with one another to, quote, make love. We can be in love with each other on any and on all planes of our existence, on all dimensions. So this oscillating wildly stuff, when you love someone in the way that we are describing, and you might feel incredible passion towards them, but that passion doesn't diminish. That passion doesn't swing wildly from I love you to I hate you, with fireworks in the bedroom and then a raging grease fire in the kitchen. That's not love. That's chemistry. But chemistry is not alchemy. There's a difference. Now, does that mean that we won't have fights? No, we can have, we will have disagreements. And if you are passionate about anything and anyone, it is inevitable, invariable that you will end up bringing to the surface in them, and they will bring to the surface in you. Because remember, the more aligned you are, the more perfect the attraction, the more the similarities will be energetically on all levels, including subconscious. In other words, including our egos, our demons, our defects and vices will also be energetically matched. And when we have energetically matched egos, then when one gets triggered over here, the other one begins to resonate. Because when you are so in tune with someone, like the tuning fork, like the harmony, right? We talked about at the beginning of the harmonization. And two people who are so attuned to one another, it can be very difficult because they have such chemistry on all these levels, including on the level of their egos. So, for example, lust. And that's where a lot of this swinging wildly stuff comes from, when the energetic the harmonics on the subconscious level are very, very, very strong, but they're actually weak on the conscious level and the mental and the emotional level. But we make up stories, or our egos, our minds will talk us into believing that we have affinities on those levels just because the sex is so good. And just because the emotions are so volatile and everything is so intense. And we experience this oscillating wildly stuff. And we think, oh my God, it's like, but those types of relationships, mostly 99.99999% of the time, are based on that sexual. And then people get older, they start to, and if they're having all this crazy wild sex all the time, and when they're not having wild sex in the bedroom, they're having wild fights with each other in the kitchen or in the car or wherever, they're arguing and fighting all the time. All of that is using up the sexual energy. All of that, those demons, those egos are fornicating with each other. They're feeding, as the couple fornicates with each other on the mental plane, on the emotional plane, on the sexual plane, the physical plane. Those demons are feasting. They're gorging themselves. They're parasites. But because they have this affinity, they have this vibrational harmonization between them, those demons work together to tag team, to double team the couple. We have an article that we wrote on our blog talking about how demons screw with us in relationships. Our egos screw with us. And you can take that to mean exactly what you think it means. You can apply stronger language there if you wish. This is the article that we're talking about, by the way. Oh, where's our image? Oh, Tiffany says demon tag teaming. That just sounds yuck. Well, because you bring that up, we almost have to show you this now. Where is it? Among our many, many memes. Oh, yes, here. This is a meme that we created about the orgasm. On the top left, what New Age people and spiritual people think they're doing, that they believe that they're doing when they have an orgasm. The top right image is what they're actually doing when they have an orgasm. And the bottom right image is what's really happening. It's what's doing you. So when Tiffany, she goes, ooh, ooh, snap, right? Okay. Because when you said this, demon tag teaming, okay, you know what kinds of animes there are out there. Okay, you've maybe you haven't seen them yourself, but you know they exist. So when you say this, demons tag teaming, yeah, okay. there's an anime for that. But she says that meme is spot on. Yeah, we know. And Benjamin says it's funny, and Azazel says, yeah, don't play tag with demons. But this image in the bottom right, okay, when you meditate on that, when you let that sink in, now we have had an experience of being paralyzed by a demon and being carried under the arm of a demon, who knows where, for who knows what. We were able to break free because we had studied the Defense for Spiritual Warfare course, so we had tools in our toolkit to be able to break free from that particular encounter. So we never experienced being sodomized by a demon, but realize that when lust is having its way with you, when anger is having its way with you, when fear is having its way with you and causing you to waste your precious sexual energy, that's what's happening. That demon is fornicating with you. Benjamin says, demons are after our sexual energies because they can amplify it to their advantage, to enslave our consciousness. Absolutely. But they also use it to strengthen themselves and duplicate themselves because the creative force creates. And if what you're using the energy is, if you're feeding demons your sexual energy, how can what the fruits of that labor is going to be more demons. It's going to be more egos. If you keep feeding your desire, it's going to be more desire. Leah says, real love isn't going to choke me out or punch me in the face. Okay, absolutely 100% correct. Okay, sexual degeneration and love are not compatible. No matter what people think and what people believe. And we speak of direct, personal, conscious experience. We live with a demon. We know what love is and what isn't, and we know it all too well and all too intimately. Because any type of dynamic that is based on dominance and submission. Now, we're not talking about a man leading a woman on a dance floor, because the masculine force is the active force, right? It's the expressive force. And the feminine is the receptive force. So there is a slight, dynamic there in which the man leading a woman on a dance floor and or in the bedchamber is appropriate. There is a level of appropriateness there. But when it goes from here to here, and you have physical things involved, and you have dominance and submission and humiliation and all these kinds of things, you have two demons of fear screwing with you. That one wants to be dominant, and the other demon is happy to be dominated. One wants to control, and the other one is happy to be controlled. And in fact, when you really start digging into this, you realize that the submissive one is really passive aggressive and really thinks themselves in control because they're getting what they want, and that they can, and so long as it's a very twisted, it's two demons controlling each other and thinking they're getting the best of one another when they're getting the best of each other and not and being bested by one another. It is the immovable force meets the unbeatable object, and it's a dynamic that is doomed to fail in terms of love, because all the sexual force, all the attractive force, any love there is all tangled up and tied up in this twisted demonic domination submission dynamic that's all lust oriented, but also fear oriented. And we've talked about this before. If lust is the whore of Babylon, fear is her pimp, because of, if you go on the internet and you see what passes for eroticism online, you know that it's all control based, and fear is control. It's all dominance and submission and humiliation and you know, and let's not even get into young children. Tiffany said, I knew whores and pimps were going to come into the conversation. Are we that predictable? uh, this is why there's so much divorce, because so few people, and let's face it, many people have access to the lists of the types of love, the lists that we could care less about and we don't think has any practical purpose, but many people do, you know, or they watch Hollywood movies, or they read Hallmark or what do you call Harlequin romance books, or who knows, and they have whatever they believe love is sentimentally, but then they get tied up in the chemistry of eroticism. And when the excitement and the novelty wears off, and when the sexual energy fueling the chemistry has worn off, all you're left with is the incompatibility on the mental plane and the emotional plane. And now the sooner or later we will all get old. Sooner or later the machinery is going to start slowing down. And if our relationship was essentially a amusement park thrill ride, well, you know, you can only go on a roller coaster so many times before you start getting first bored of it and then sick of it. Love seeks to create in its own image. And what it seeks to create is not this. It's not this. We are meant to be on a higher level as true human beings than mere animals. You can conceive a child without the orgasm. It is a scientifically well-known fact. Just ask all the Catholics practicing the pull-out method of birth control who have 6 or more children. Our cousin in Hungary is one such family. Very, very hard and strict Catholics. They do not use birth control. And they have 6 or 7 children. We can't even keep count. They practice the pull-out method of birth control, which means that it's possible that on some level, all of their children were immaculate conceptions. But of course, the pull-out method of birth control is still fornication because it still ends in the orgasm. It still ends in the wasting of the sexual force. But presumably, even if my cousin and her husband, even if they hate each other now, which I doubt, but even if they did, being as hardened Catholics as they are, they probably would never get divorced anyway. But regardless, between man and woman, love, romantic love, the kind of love that we are talking about here now, its purpose is marriage. Its goal is marriage. Always. What do we mean by that? In the eyes of the universe, in the eyes of the great law of karma, if you have sex with someone, you're married. There's a reason why all the religions set out these edicts around sexuality and saying that you can't have sex before you're married. Because if you do, you're married. It's not by accident that every religion and every spiritual tradition and every tribe, every people, everywhere in the world have a ceremony for uniting man and woman in holy matrimony. They have some kind of rite or ritual that serves as a ceremonial reminder and initiation into the world of the married couple. As Benjamin said earlier when he was quoting scripture, when the two become one flesh and nothing shall tear them asunder. This is such a important and pinnacle aspect of every single culture in the world, save for those that practice polygamy. And even then, they still have a ceremony. And that is because the act of sexual union is a marital union. It is an act of marriage. It is for a married couple to engage with one another and become one flesh. So all of this promiscuity, and nowadays, especially in the younger generations, because they've been brought up with the internet and everything else and social media, and many of them have no real concept of what a committed relationship is, let alone a marriage. And they've all been brought up in this postmodernist idea that marriage is this patriarchal structure that was imposed on humanity in order to try to control and manipulate and subdue and repress women. And nothing could be further from the truth. And a lot of those women now are in their late 30s or 40s. They're single, they're childless, and they're watching their biological clock tick down, and they're kicking themselves and cursing the leaders of the feminist movement who sold them that false bill of goods. And they're kicking themselves for having drunk the Kool-Aid on feminism, because now their biological clock is ticking, and now their life is empty. They're alone. They have no children. They have nothing. And they're probably stuck, have a good career, but are in a job that they hate, or a company that doesn't appreciate them, or they're certainly not living their bliss. They're discovering as they're getting into their 40s, or especially their early 40s, that a child was meant, I was meant to be a mother. I was meant to have a child. But they had all their priorities twisted and mixed up. And they maybe had many relationships and many this, many that, but that, you know, how online dating has become essentially like LinkedIn, or like one of these job sites, right? Because basically, we are not making this up. You can't make this up. The most common the most common expression in women's dating profiles online, on online dating sites, is no 666, no sex. So that it's 6 feet, 6 figures, 6+ inches. If you're not at least 6 feet tall, aren't making at least 6 figures, and aren't packing at least 6 inches down there, no mas. We're not making this up. You can go look it up for yourself. Just go on to match.com or whatever. Does that sound like love to you? Does that sound like people looking for love, and people looking for love in all the wrong places? Or it's just lonely people who want companionship and don't want to be alone and don't want to keep paying for their mortgage by themselves, and women want to be taken care of. Even these older women, they want a strong, powerful, potent alpha male to ravish them in bed, and to be able to uh, take care of their lifestyle needs. Does any of that sound like love to you? Benjamin says women who ask for those 666s are demons. Yeah, or they're feminists. They just feel that they're entitled, or they've had so many bad relationships because they don't know how to love. Many people don't know how to love. Love doesn't expect, demand anything. When you love someone, you give, you serve, you support, you raise up, you illuminate, you elevate, and on the more childlike level, you play, you enjoy, you laugh, you share joy, you share a harmonious, playful, joyous experience of bliss, where your marriage, your union, is an aspect of your bliss. It's an aspect of the life that you came here to live in, and the mission and the work that you came here to do. And your partner sees that, knows that, respects that, understands that, comprehends that they are a part of your bliss. Especially the woman has to be on board with the man's life's work. Because there's an old cliche, behind every great man was a great woman. And it's true. Because it's almost impossible for a great man to achieve great things without having the love of his life in his life, supporting him, helping him, and encouraging him, but also standing in his way when needed, when he's about to do something stupid, or when he needs the extra resistance to be able to get to the next level. We need that. We need the severity and mercy of the nurturing element in our life. That supportive, nurturing, caregiving, life-giving, but also life-taking element in our life. Because we have to die as the person that we were to become the person that we are meant to be. And this is what happens within what Master Samael would call a perfect matrimony. A marriage of equals who equally wish to help the other advance level by level by level by level by level, and know that that can only happen on the alm of life, can only happen by suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. It can only happen by giving of themselves fully to one another and to the enterprise of their marriage, the enterprise of their life together, which includes whatever life's work, whatever bliss each individual is here to fulfill, is here to realize, self-realize. This is why we are still single. We've had many false starts, and we've had many tests and many traps and those tests and traps were there for us as learning opportunities to know that we are no longer willing to compromise on love. Just as we are not willing to compromise on our bliss, we are not willing to compromise on this humanity and the love that we have for humanity and the passion that we have for our work, the passion that we have for all of you. It's not about finding the perfect person. It's simply about finding true love and finding someone to share that true love with. I'm very far from being perfect, and I know my partner, whoever they may be, is going to be very far from being perfect. But what matters, and this is a cliche, that we be perfect for each other. And what matters is that we both recognize and appreciate the importance of seeking the perfection of the being, the perfection of the higher self. Whether or not we realize it is another matter. But to strive for it and to work towards it and to work together to make that happen for one another. A marriage is all about the fruits of our labor. It's two become one. And that includes whatever it is that we build together or create together. For example, a household, a home. Many people, when they start dating each other and it starts getting serious, one will move in with the other. This is a mistake. This is not a good idea for one partner to move in to another, because that is not a shared, created household. You're just a visitor. It's better to remain living on your own. And if you are truly committed to being together, then you make that commitment and get a new place, the two of you. But then it's going to be your place, plural. And you can begin creating a home. As you create a life together, you create a home together. And if there's going to be a children, that home is going to be the space of love for in which that family is going to grow and evolve. Because a home is an expression of love, a home that you create together. It doesn't have to be fancy, it doesn't have to be big, it doesn't have to be, but it has to be together. Because two entities coming together as one creates a third, something new. The fruits of that union is something new. The devotion to the divine feminine, by the way, is born of the phenomenon that we were talking about, how behind every great man is a great woman. And what we said earlier, the masculine cannot do anything without the feminine. Men who are completely devoted to their wives are so because their wives are on board with their bliss. Their wives recognize how important it is to the very soul of their husband that they accomplish XYZ. And it's like two mountain climbers roping up together to get to the summit. It's the job of each climber to be there in case should the other one slip and fall, to catch them or to help them up, or to, right? It's teamwork, and we help each other. And this is some advice that just we can give to the women watching. If you want to be loved by a man as you've never been loved before by any other man in your life, devote yourself in your relationship, in your marriage to that man. Make his bliss your bliss, an aspect of your bliss, that you are going to encourage him, support him, or challenge him, do whatever and everything that you can to see your man be everything that he can be. If you do that, you will be loved in a way that no other man has ever loved you. If, of course, the man is not a narcissist and full of himself and thinks that he did it all on his own and didn't notice you and took you for granted, because such men do exist. But we're giving you the benefit of the doubt that you will not involve yourself with such an individual, and that with the information that you are armed with, in part because you come and listen to these live streams, you know that you need to follow your bliss, and you need to be with someone following their bliss. And if there's an alignment mentally, emotionally, and physically, energetically, and everything else, and there's an affinity on all of those levels, if you together as a team, if one of your dreams is to be with someone who is not compared with anybody else in the world or anybody else in history, but just compared to themselves. If your dream is to be with someone who is living every day the best expression of themselves, the best person that they can be, the best man that they can be, the best woman that they can be, the best father that they can be, the best mother that they can be, what more could you possibly ask for? And if these two individuals are striving to be the best that they can be, it's through this vehicle, this vessel of the third, of the union, of the family, of the marriage, of the household, or of the shared enterprise. If perhaps you don't have children, but perhaps you share a common thing, perhaps you end up working together on the same enterprise of some kind. It's this. There's a myriad possible ways in which this can unfold. And as for the man, your number one job is to love the woman by your side. Because without her, you're nothing. And if she's truly there for you to help you be the best that you can be, if she is not the first and last person you thank at every award ceremony you attend where you're receiving some kind of an award, if your wife is not the first and last person you thank, you're an idiot. You're a useless, narcissistic schmo who doesn't deserve the award that he just got. Deserves to have it smashed over his head and his wife leave him. You should be walking around, and I know that feminists and everything else, it's not, put women on pedestals and you're not supposed to do that and blah, 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 blah. All that contemporary psychobabble bullshit horseshit is just that. If you treat your woman like a goddess, she will aspire to live up to that treatment. And if you treat your husband like a king, he will rule the kingdom with benevolence, and he will love his people. And that's how we have always seen it. The man is the highest he can hope for in a marriage is king, but a woman is a goddess. That's the way we see things, rightly or wrongly. Because we are here to be all that we can be. And the love that we are here to cultivate and express and create together is not an animal type of love. It's not a mortal kind of love. It's not infatuation. It's not platonic. It's none of these things. It is uncommon and it's rare. But it's necessary. It's necessary if someone wants to awaken and self-realize. Because you can't truly follow your bliss and face and explore your abyss and face your demons and conquer them without the love of your divine mother and without practicing white tantra with your spouse. But to be able to do that consistently, without any animosity, without any resentment, requires someone who's on the same page as you. And that's not easy to find. It's not easy to, and it requires tremendous amounts of patience. Benjamin says, it's a dead giveaway for women like that. Oh, we're going back to the 666 comment. It's a dead giveaway for women like that. It's weird that you say they're feminist because I've always assumed the same. There's and Benjamin, he follows up and he says, there's a cast on YouTube of the channel Rise of a Huge Feminist Protest, which I just remembered I need to catch up on. Leah says, I guess I just had to learn everything the hard way. You and all the rest of us, Leah, it's not unique. You're not unique in that sense. Our misadventures in love have many hard lessons are in there. So much of what we know, like you just said here, much of what we know, we too learned the hard way. But that's very often the only way to learn wisdom, to gain self-evident experiential knowledge. We have to go into hell, and we have many misadventures down there. It's not all rainbows and unicorns. We're not all we're not all Conan the Barbarian on beast mode, going and just hacking and slashing everything down there. No, we're Frodo and Sam in Mordor. That's what we are. We fall, we slip, we get tangled up, we get wrapped up by Shelob, we get taken prisoner, we get all this stuff happens to us down in hell, just like Frodo and Sam in Mordor. It's not a pleasant, happy experience. But if we hold true, like Sam holds true to Frodo, we hold true to each other, we hold true to ourselves, we hold true to our bliss, and we remember how much we love being, then we will extract the wisdom, the knowledge from these hard lessons, these hard ways, these hard paths that we went down, and learn and live to fight another day, live to continue with the lessons that we have learned and the wisdom that we have. A little older, a little wiser, hopefully not to repeat the same mistakes again. Stuart says, this is the same dynamic as a chessboard. The king moves one space at a time. The queen goes everywhere. Together they work for their team and family and face down the adversaries. Well, thanks for bringing that up, Stuart, because you're absolutely right. The queen is the most powerful piece on the chessboard. But the queen is there primarily to what? To help her side win, but first and foremost to defend the king. Because the king is defenseless. The king is basically useless in chess, if you think about it. He's not very useful. He's very useful in the end game. When there's barely any pieces left and you're trying to get a pawn down to the 8th rank so you can get a new queen, the king can be very useful then. But other than that, not very useful. But the queen, of course, the queen is the most valuable, most useful piece on the board. As Azel says, yeah, it's not really an amusement park with festivities and cotton candy. No, it isn't. And unfortunately, though, the sentimental ideas that people have about love, likewise, okay, they don't realize that love is hard work, and love is a lot of boring, mundane stuff most of the time. But that is why we mentioned at the beginning how love can elevate the boring and the mundane, so that it's like even doing dishes with your spouse. It's an act of love, just because you're together, just because you're in unison. And this is the type of love and this is the kind of love that can endure anything, because as long as we're together, we'll take all comers. There's nothing that we can't conquer. There's nothing that we can't handle as long as we're together and as long as we're a team. And if we're together, then what else matters? If we have each other's love, what else matters? It's interesting because, we haven't actively been dating for a long time, mostly because of this whole thing about, living under the poverty line and living a life of the bodhisattva and so on and so forth. There's not many women out there who look upon, a bodhisattva as a fine catch, right? Yes, I can just see that meeting going down well. Oh, look, mom, dad. Oh yeah, here's my new boyfriend. Oh yeah, no, he doesn't make any money. Oh yeah, no, he's on, he's on disability. Yeah, yeah, has epilepsy and depression and this, that. Oh, he has this a YouTube channel and he writes books. And no, they don't sell well. But no, but just so there are these practical limitations to this, right? But on the other hand, it's the few women who have shown interest and have shown some capacity to look past all of that and look into what matters. Uh, it's it's a very useful tool to have no money and to not be, quote, successful at 50, right? It's a very useful tool in that way, because now now you can separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were. Because if we were, for some bizarre reason, if we were successful and doing a book tour and had a multi-million-dollar selling book or something, then you don't really know what the intentions of those women are who are approaching you. Not really. But if you have nothing and you have nothing to lose, you have nothing that could be nothing for them to take. It's nothing for them to want, really. So what's left? Well, possibly a genuine, real, in-depth connection and a relationship based on true love and nothing else. But that's our experience. We count ourselves in a very category of oddities and odds and ends and rarities, and you know ours is not the typical experience, and we don't recommend it. We don't prescribe it to anyone, because our entire journey has been fairly unique, and so we don't claim that uh, some of these logistical things that we have found ourselves in is the way to do it. No, 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 no. It's we don't prescribe that, but we do say that it is useful and valuable when meeting someone to focus on the discernment and focus on the love and forget everything else, right? These, like, how much money does he make, what kind of career, blah blah blah, this and that and the other thing. The details can sort themselves out. If there's love, if that connection is there, love conquers all. Love can work everything out. And if you're meant to be together, the universe will conspire to put you together. You don't have to do all sorts of uh, you know gymnastics, intellectual or otherwise, logistic gymnastics, to try to figure out how you can be together. If we can't be together right now, then we can't be together right now. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe we're not meant to be together. Maybe we're meant to find each other and know that the other person is there, but not actually physically be able to be in the same place. That's a possibility. We'll have to see how things unfold. Have to see if this flower, this budding relationship, this budding love affair blooms or not. And if it does bloom, what are the fruits of that relationship? We have to give it time. Stuart says, I've been the egotistical, bullying, arrogant, ungrateful man. I'm sorry to all who've suffered me in that form, mostly to my long-suffering woman. It has been hellish for all, and being here has been so very helpful towards rehabilitation. Thanks all who attend, share this service, and hosting is invaluable. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, Stuart, and thank you for sharing, although we can say we have also been I don't think you will find a man on the planet who hasn't been the egotistical, bullying, arrogant, ungrateful man. I think every man reading that says, yeah, actually, yeah, I've been that. Maybe not all the time, maybe not in every relationship, but yes, there have been times when, unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, sometimes, when we're with different people bring out different aspects of ourselves. Again, this relates to the affinities and the chemistry that we have with our partner. Because like attracts like, and if we attracted our partner who has a lot of the same defects and vices that we do, then naturally they're going to be triggering those. But in one relationship, it might be certain egos that you match on. In another relationship, it'll be different egos. And if in one relationship, the ego that's being stimulated is the arrogant, bullying, controlling, and sort of narcissistic, or rather ungrateful, so um, then the opportunity is to observe oneself, look at oneself, and use the fact that your partner is triggering those aspects of yourself to comprehend those aspects of yourself, comprehend what's making you that way. That's the shadow, that's the Balrog that you need to overcome in order to level up from Gandalf the Grey to Gandalf the White. And everyone will benefit from that. Not just you, everyone will, including your partner. Scotty the Grey. Hello, Scotty. This is a new name for us. We don't recognize the name, so welcome. And this might be one of your first comments then. Wow, Alice in Wonderland is about falling in love, head over heels down the rabbit hole, where your whole world gets turned inside out and upside down, making you mad as a hatter and larger than life. And he follows that up and he says, I've never made that connection before. It's kind of mind-blowing. And he continues and he says, the smoking caterpillar and Cheshire Cat were always my favorite characters. You can certainly see it that way. That's a potential interpretation of that. But in that interpretation, it just emphasizes that love, since love is connected to your bliss, and like every hero's journey, you must cross from the known into the unknown, and that's definitely what Alice is doing by tumbling down the rabbit hole. Yes, when falling in love, you do fall head over heels in love, and your world does get turned inside out and upside down. Because one way or another, this true love in your life is going to completely change your life. And if you are attentive, if you are aware, observing yourself, remembering yourself, and if you and your partner begin practicing white tantra, then this unknown, fantastical world of discovery that awaits you is within. And the deeper you go and the more you uncover and discover, the more your world out there will change. And this shared universe, this shared world that you're building, that you're creating with your spouse, will be a fantastic fairy tale indeed. It won't be without upset. It won't be without challenges. It won't be without the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. But love conquers all. Love conquers all. If you can take it in stride and take it together, love, in truth, just as we as individuals are never given more than what we can handle, so too a perfect matrimony, a marriage of true love, they're never confronted with more than what's their capacity to handle. And they're never faced with more challenge than what's needed for them to advance and to grow. So one more here from Scotty the Grey, and it's a question this time. But what aspects of love are they? Intoxicating, bashful? Oh, he means the Cheshire cat and the caterpillar, the smoking caterpillar. We're a little bit hazy on our Alice in Wonderland, but on the surface level, the smoking caterpillar is that which has yet to become a butterfly. So the smoking caterpillar represents the comfort and security and gluttony and of all the egos, right? It's slow and it's dumb and it's smoking, it's indulging itself. And the Cheshire cat, with the smile, the grin, and the fact that he can make himself invisible, he's a trickster. He would be Lucifer. And Lucifer is the torch that's held in the right hand of Lady Liberty, Lady Columbia. You know her probably better as the Statue of Liberty, but she's also in Columbia Pictures. Their logo is she's holding up the torch. That's Lucifer, the light bringer, who casts light on our defects and vices. It's the aspect of our Divine Mother that sheds light on our shadow, basically, on that which we must comprehend and eliminate in order for us to integrate the knowledge, the wisdom, the lessons that the shadow is trying to teach us. So Lady Liberty, and that's why she's called Lady Liberty, by the way, because our Divine Mother okay, so so we'll just finish this thought. Lady Liberty has the law in her left hand, and then she's holding the law, and then she's holding Lucifer the torch. So our Divine Mother is there to liberate us from that which enslaves us, which are defects and vices. So Lucifer casts light on our egos, and that's why it's Lady Justice who's blind and has the scales, because that's our Divine Mother who's able to pronounce judgment on our egos, that which enslaves us. So all of these are combined, and so the trickster god, like Loki, for example, and it's also the Joker in the Batman. So these are all related. And Scotty's the Gray said, oops, sorry, I got lost in Wonderland. Where are we? Oh, we're preaching now. Okay, bye. Well, okay. So it seems we've lost Scotty the Gray. Those were apparently, I guess, rhetorical questions when he asked these questions. That's all right. One of the things about the love that we have, and it's this one's tough. And we haven't touched on it yet. And maybe our friend Scotty here jumping on and leaving so abruptly is just another reminder that for many of us, we've all experienced it. We've all known unrequited love. We've all been rejected. We've all had our advances rebuked, perhaps even ridiculed. And we have all had experiences where we have made overtures, we have given people olive branches, we have outstretched open arms and open hands, and we have been slapped down, smacked down, again, rebuked, rejected, ridiculed. Love can have no expectations. Love can have no demands, and love can place no demands on others. It hurts us at first because we put so much of ourselves into it, and we long so desperately to make that connection. When we're truly empathetic, feeling type, when we are motivated by love, and it's real love, and generosity and compassion and giving and serving, and that's what drives us and motivates us in life. Let's face it, it hurts to be rejected. It's hard not to take it personally. And we all know this. We all have experienced this. But love requires us to, let's face it, there's no other word for it. Love requires us to embody it in its true, pure, unconditional nature. To love unconditionally, which means to love without any conditions, including reception, to be received, to be welcomed, to be accepted. That's a condition. If we extend a helping hand or an olive branch or open arms, and we reach out to someone because we think we can help them, and we honestly and earnestly long to be of a positive difference in their life and to uplift them, and all the rest of it. We must recognize the law of free will. The law of free will, not even the gods will violate that law. How many atheists are there in this world who, by virtue of the fact that they reject the very notion of God, live antithetically to their higher self? Or perhaps they do, perhaps they don't. Perhaps they're just completely unconscious of the decisions they make that come intuitively, They just assume that that's coming from their brain or coming from wherever, but it's not coming from God, right? So they just take for granted that it's just them. Imagine what it's like to be an innermost being and your mortal vessel rejects you, denies you. Any minute now, Benjamin is going to quote the Bible passage where Jesus says to Peter, before this night is out, I tell you, before this night is out, you will reject me 3 times. And Peter says, no, 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 that's impossible. That's never going to happen. That's impossible. And Jesus says to him, says, rest assured, I know what I'm talking about. You are going to reject me 3 times. And that's a symbol. That's an allegory for how we reject our innermost being and our mind and our heart and in our sex and our body. We reject the will of God. And we reject even knowing him when we think I did this and I did that and I'm the greatest and so we want to talk about, so one of the reasons why it's so important to have gratitude towards your mortal spouse and be grateful and not take them for granted is because if you can't even take your wife for granted, how are you not going to take your divine mother for granted? It's a hard lesson to learn, and unconditional love is really a tough one for us mortals. But you know who's very good at unconditional love are women to their children, and some women to their husbands. But there can be a problem with that as well if the husband takes it for granted and the husband exploits it, because that's also a problem. So unconditional love doesn't mean being a pushover. Unconditional love doesn't mean being a wet blanket. Unconditional love is not being a nice guy who finishes last. You know that expression. Jordan Peterson will go off on hours on this topic about you can't go around being a pushover and treating women. And actually, long before Jordan Peterson even had his videos on YouTube, we were dating someone who said to us outright, she was a German woman working in the German consulate in Toronto. And we were dating, and she said, you know, you got to stop being nice to me like this all the time. You can't be so nice to women all the time. I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, you know, if you're so nice to women all the time, women turn into real bitches. And I meditated on that. And of course, it came to me that's, yeah, because how can a woman respect a man who is just a wet blanket and a pushover and does whatever she wants, whenever she wants to, and isn't capable of making a decision for them as a couple without asking her first? Is this okay? Is this okay? Are you going to, or do you want to do something else? Or whatever? No, no, no. Because a man like that is not strong, is not decisive, and is not even able to put his foot down, let alone willing. A woman will lose all respect for a weak man. But that doesn't mean you have to be a tyrant or a bully or an asshole. No, it just means that you embody unconditional love. And unconditional love includes telling people exactly what they don't want to hear, precisely when they least want to hear it, but when they most need to hear it. That's not going to win you any favors. That's not going to win you any accolades, And that's not going to win you many friends on the internet. That's not going to win you hundreds of thousands or millions of followers on your YouTube channel. We know from experience. But we're not going to be like all the other so-called spiritual gurus out there, spoon-feeding people milk and honey, and stroking their egos and patting them on the head and speaking to them like they're already gods already, and they're already one with the universe, and and let's kumbaya and harmony and rainbows and unicorns. And that so sickens us to our very core. That is so antithetical to love, to what love really truly is. And most people can't handle it, especially young people. They can't handle the truth. It's just like that Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson movie from the 90s, right? You can't handle the truth. They can't. It's like Plato said thousands of years ago, the most hated man is the one who speaks the truth. But beauty is truth, beauty. These are part and parcel with love. Love cannot lie. Love does not lie. Love is unconditional. But it rattles us. It does. It's not easy to maintain composure when someone, perhaps intentionally, perhaps for whatever reason, but you're here putting your heart and soul in, you're living your bliss, you're doing, and then, but we're just in kindergarten as far as that's concerned. Because a few weeks ago when we were talking about bliss, we were referencing the passion of the Christ and the stages of the cross, Jesus going up to Golgotha, and people not just hurling slurs and slander and hatred and stones, but don't think for a moment that his back covered in scars by the whips, by the lashes, don't think for a moment that some clever trolls on the side of that road weren't throwing salt on him. He who was greeted with palms in Jerusalem was now feeling the true wild oscillations of the world and all the wrath and all the hatred of the Jewish authority and all those who follow them. And Jesus was able to endure it all with equanimity. Because love endures all. And it is that unconditional love, so that the people throwing stones at you, rubbing salt in your wounds, slurs, insults, and every conceivable possible way your enemies are stripping you down naked and lashing you and humiliating you and harming you. We who are on the path of the Bodhisattva must look them in the eye and say unironically, without a shred of doubt, without a shred of ingenuousness, be able to look them in the eye. And even if we don't say it out loud to their face, we say it in our heart that we love them. And Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They're suffering. They're in hell. And the Bodhisattva comes into hell because of love, for the sake of love, and can do nothing but shine and give that love in its fullness, including severity and mercy, which means giving tough love when it's needed to who needs it, whether they want it or not, whether they like it or not. Tough cookies. That's what tough love is. And the ability to do that without fear of rejection, of reprisal, of whatever. This is a hard one for us to be able to get over because of the demon that we live with, which is not just fear, but also control. And the tendency to express or try to help someone and having them reject that help, and then trying to forcefully try to get through to them, and really we recognize that's the demon coming and taking over the work. So desperate times call for desperate measures, and they didn't take the soft approach, so let's try the hard approach. And it really, really, really has been for us, like Leah said earlier, we learned a lot of lessons the hard way, and we're still learning. We're nowhere near completed our journey. We're just beginning. And like someone said here, Benjamin said, Scotty's a troll. He's not the first, and he won't be the last. And we're not going to use the word troll, but just someone who it's our message is not for them. It's plain and simple. We're not here to save everyone. We can't save everybody. It's impossible. And not everybody wants to be saved, period. And it's as simple as that. Benjamin says, I wanted to ask a heavy question about last week's cast, the part where you mentioned about Uranos, Melchizedek, and Jehovah. Oh, Oremus, Benjamin. It's Oremus. No, Oremus. Oremus. Anyway, Oremus, Melchizedek, and Jehovah. How does that fit into the universal Trinity, if that makes sense? Well, they're all part of the Christ. They're all cosmo creators. They're all ascended masters. They're all part of the Christ. They're all part of the solar logos. They're just individuated aspects of the solar logos. So that's how they fit in. So Father, Son, Holy Spirit, it's the Christ that descends, and all of them have their innermost being, their innermost Holy Spirit, and then their individual Divine Mother, which descends and manifests and animates the whole of their physical body, which either is a mega star at the center of the galaxy, or is a planet, or is a sun at the center of the solar system. This Father, Son, Holy Spirit thing is not three individuals. This is The Trinity is far more complex is not the right word. Comprehensive than that. So think of it this way, Benjamin. How many cells make up your body? But you have one body, and we call you Benjamin. But that body is made up of trillions of cells, and those are individual cells. So think of all of the galaxies and all of the stars and all the planets out there in the universe. They all have a monad in them. But they're all cosmo-creators, which means they're all part of the solar logos. They're all cells in the universal body of the solar logos. As Azil says, to the being, it's like playing a game that has a lot of glitches and bugs. Yes, yeah. It's like trying to play a game with a wireless controller that the batteries are running out. So if none of you play video games, it's another expression would be you're trying to change the channels on the TV and the battery's running out. Or think of any situation where you are, quote, supposed to be in control, and like maybe you have a poorly trained dog. You agree to dog sit for a friend of yours, and they never properly train their dog. So now you have to look after this dog, and this dog is not properly trained. So it doesn't listen to you. It doesn't do what you want it to do. It's all over the place. Yeah, so it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. And he follows up and says, lost many a mouse to such things. Yes, the computer mice, that's true. Benjamin says, that's true. One of my brothers-in-law is very kind and enslaved to his wife, resulting in his wife becoming a bully. That's that's another thing that can happen if she doesn't lose respect for him entirely and just walk away. But no, some women want to be bullies, and some women want to rule the roost, and so they'll take advantage of a weak man, of a weak husband. There's a term they use it's called being cucked, right? It's basically being cucked. As Azil says, the CCC, cancel culture church. Absolutely. Mugaboo 22 says, I am having this dilemma as we speak. There is this divine muse, a new age witch that I met a while ago. However, even as she says she pursues knowledge and wisdom, she is not monogamous woman. This is well, look. He follows up here, by the way, and says, she is a free spirit and I cannot tame her. The best I can hope for right now is stay around her and be one of the men that are around her. I'm all or nothing person, so I know the best thing for me to do is to leave. We don't typically give out relationship advice. That's not really our cup of tea, but promiscuous women or women who are not prepared to honor the tradition of the holy matrimony, the perfect matrimony, especially spiritual women who claim that they want to have like spiritual sex. You know, they want spiritual sexuality and so on and so forth. And maybe they talk about tantra and everything else. If they're having multiple partners, if they're not monogamous, then they're practicing black tantra. It's as simple as that. There's no such thing as white tantra. There's no such thing as sexual alchemy with multiple partners at the same time. It just doesn't happen. It cannot happen. It is not the nature of the metaphysical science to permit that. And it's certainly is antithetical to love. Because sure, what was his name? Don Giovanni, he loved to tell himself and he loved to rationalize to others, well, I have to have all these women. I'm just so full of love. I have so much love to give. But this is just the boastful pitch of a narcissist, right? And a horny narcissist who just treats women as his own personal masturbation device, right? Like just they might as well be blow up dolls. Benjamin says, okay, good. It's still hell of a lot better than keeping that question in my mind. And Tiffany says, New Age Witch, these titles, immediate red flag in my book. And that's coming from a woman. So we can finally say, yeah, Tiffany, for us as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. New Age Witch. You what was that? If that movie Jerry Maguire was You Had Me at Hello, New Age Witch, yeah, you lost me at New Age. The witch is just icing on the cake. But anyway, look, we have no way to really know if we covered everything we hope to cover today on this topic. Surely we didn't. But considering that Rumi spent a lifetime writing about love, we could probably go for for hours and hours and hours more. And maybe we will do so at a future live stream or next week, or we'll see how things progress. But there is no way to exhaust this topic. And there is no way to sum it all up and wrap it all up with a big red bow. What there is the recognition that none of us mortal vessels are the source of the love that we seek. None of us are the source of the love that we give. Stuart said it earlier when he said the wave that flows through us. And we've talked about it before, the gifts that flow through us. We are a vessel. And like any vessel, we are a carrier, we are a delivery mechanism, we are a medium. We don't use that word medium in the spiritualist sense. But the love that we have to give, the love that we have to share, comes from within. It comes from our higher self. But even our higher self, our monad, is just an individuated essence, a spark. Like the tips of a root or the tips of a branch. It all goes back to the great tree of life, including the Christ, the Father, and the Absolute, and the Holy Spirit, which is the Divine Mother. So it's all connected and it's all one. And we individual monads are like extensions. We're the tips of the roots and the tips of the branches of the great tree of life. So love is not so much within your grasp. Love is within you. And to help you cultivate that, the Aum of life is not just everything we talked about these last 3 weeks. Remember, Aum is a mantra. Focus on your heart and your heart chakra that extends from your collarbone all the way down to the sexual organs. An enormous chakra. And it covers and encapsulates the lungs, the thymus gland and the lungs, the heart, the solar plexus, and the sexual organs. And those three mantras are Aum. Did we say three mantras? It's four mantras. Aum. If you practice that mantra, focus on your heart, visualize roses and hearts and fire and water, and really you can cultivate, you can open up your heart, and you can cultivate more of that loving feeling. But also go spend time in nature, spend time in animals if you like animals, if they warm you up from the inside, if they warm your heart, if they bring a smile to your face, or go and play with young children, or if you have family members or whoever have young children, look after them, or whatever, that you can go and whatever, play beautiful music, bring beautiful flowers into your house, watch beautiful movies that are uplifting and heartwarming. There are many ways that we can cultivate love in our life, even if we're single. Yeah, Tiffany brings up one of the points that we wanted to cover today, but it just didn't happen. So I would love a segment, she says, on how to practice sacred sexuality. I'm convinced I've never truly experienced this. I understand settling isn't for me, but coming by the how to seems to be difficult to come by. Other than holding the waters, which I get, it's the in between and the sacred lead up that I get confused with. Okay. So we will next week do a part 2 to this live stream. And rather than start fumbling around for links and whatever and this and that and trying to share stuff with you now, although, no, you know what? Scratch that. We will share some links with you now as a background, because what we're going to share with you is going to it's going to be a primer. It's really the background for what we will be talking about when we get into the mechanics of White Tantra. Benjamin is already sharing a link here, and we're going to guess we know. We can't select it from here though, but Benjamin, is that Glorianne's The Secret Gate to Eden? Anyway, it's not important. Your videos. Okay, we're just trying to head over to our channel content, and we go to playlists. We might as well put this on screen so you guys can see what we're doing here. Okay. And Benjamin says, yes, it is. So the link that Benjamin shared is the link that we were about to share with you. So we'll just do that. Okay. We'll just see if they're the same. And they should be the same. Well, they come up different. I don't know what resolution that one is at, Benjamin, but so we'll put this one up just in case. Okay. So if Tiffany, you can find this on our YouTube channel under playlists. We have a playlist called Gnosis. Is it? Yes. We have a playlist called Gnosis, and this video, Sex, the Secret Gate to Eden, is part of that playlist. Now, further along in that playlist, we also have another video on this very topic, which we can share with you. And here it is here. So this one is called, this is a new series that Glorianne is doing on sacred sexuality. It's episode 1, The Purpose of Love. So, and we might as well, and then the second one here is Sacred Sexuality, episode 2, The Secret History of Humanity. This one is also fascinating, and we'll give you the link here. And there it is on screen. So, but this one and the you can find all of these in our Gnosis playlist on our website, and they're all very high quality HD, or at least very high quality. I'm not sure if, I'm pretty sure it's 720p, the other one as well. So there's also another interesting video here. Does pornography affect spirituality? This is all good background information for next week when we continue talking about love. And as per Tiffany's request here, we're going to be getting into some of the metaphysical science of white tantra and the actual practical practice of it, of sacred sexuality, sexual alchemy. Because you're right, it's not easy to find information on it. But next week we will also provide links on articles. Just as this week we are going to leave you with the following article from Glorianne. This is a lecture that was written by Samael Envayor on love. And you can see the link on screen in the browser, but you can also see the link if it actually posts it. There's a link on screen as well, okay? This is an excellent lecture written by Samael Envayor, and we made a video, or not a video, Instagram reel, taking a quote from this lecture. And we usually post it at Valentine's Day. We didn't this year. But this is the lecture that we took that quote from, if you're familiar with that. Oh, love, love, how great is to love. Only the great souls are able to know how to love. For there to be love, there needs to be an affinity of thoughts, an affinity of sentiments, and an identical mental preoccupation. Anyway, we'll leave that to you to read on your own time. Here's from Hermes Trismegistus, who said, I give thee love, within which the summum of all wisdom is contained. And remember, wisdom is Sophia. We talked about this. So this is a beautiful lecture. It covers a lot of the same ground that we covered, and it will cover it in perhaps better ways than we could cover it. But it does talk about marriage. It does talk about the household and children, and yeah, Tiffany, the Master Samael, normally his language is it can be very hard and harsh at times, but in this particular lecture, he really expressed, well, love. I mean, he was really embodied love as he gave this lecture, and as it was written down, it was captured, the essence of it. But of course, Master Samael had little Lantis, his wife, who is also a master. And they were practicing white tantra, and it's much easier to write in a way that sounds swoony when one is actually in love. And I'm sure we all know that from experience as well. So, okay. And before that, Tiffany says, beautiful. So looking forward to it. Benjamin said, you're most welcome to Tiffany, who thanked Benjamin for posting the link. Okay. And yeah, Benjamin said it was the same video. So we're all good. You all have stuff to watch and stuff to read in preparation for next week. And next week we will do Love Part 2. Or if today was really, it really was the law of love today, because we were getting to the nitty gritty, the underlying fundamentals of what true love is. We spent some time on what love isn't, but that's a very long list. And again, we don't like lists in general, which sucks for us because the internet and all the algorithms love lists. If all our videos started with the top 10 things to do about this and the 5 things you're doing wrong about that, our videos would be doing much better on YouTube, because the algorithm loves lists. Because of course, mechanicity and the mind loves lists. It's a laundry list. It's easy. You check boxes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? It's we love that. But the consciousness, the heart, the soul, the being, the Christ, it's the comprehensive knowing, the comprehensive being and embodiment of love. There's no list. There's no intellectualism. There's no mind. It's so beyond. And perhaps next week we'll move past all of the law of love part. We sort of got out of the way today. And perhaps next week we can really shift into another level. And hopefully, we hope and pray our Father will be fine. And we hope that next week we will have an opportunity to prepare mentally and everything a few moments before we begin this live stream, because literally today the paramedics left within minutes of our starting this. So it's safe to say that we probably weren't at our best today for various different reasons, not least because our dad's in the hospital again and all the rest of it. But regardless, we do what we have to, we do what we can. And on a positive note, one of the reasons why we very much felt in the mood to do this topic was a good friend of ours went with us on our annual male bonding exercise. We went to the Toronto International Auto Show. And one of the things we were able to do was speak with and flirt with all of the ladies who were there, as part of the auto show marketing, right? And it was just a nice shift for us, because we really do miss having the feminine energy in our life, right? Because we don't get out much. We don't have the money to go out. We would never go to bars or any place like that anyway, but we don't drive, and we live in a small town. And so we really don't get to interact all that much with new faces and new and women and so forth. So the interactions online is just not the same, right? So we had that, and then yesterday we're also cat sitting for someone, and the cat that we are cat sitting is very standoffish and quite shy. So, but yesterday she decided to come and sit in our lap, and we started stroking her and petting her and scratching her ears and her chin and everything, and we had her purring like within seconds. And so this was the first time that she actually warmed up to us and came and sat in our lap. So it was a very, like, we love animals, and our dog died many years, fair number of years ago, same year as our mom, and that's been another thing that's been missing in our life, right? So it's tough for us. It's tough for us, this topic, and so we thought, given everything that was happening, that we would be in a good place, in a good mood. We also fasted for 48 hours before this live stream, so we thought we'd be a good place, in a good mood. But then last minute, right before we were coming on, my father took ill, and we had to call the ambulance. So but that's the way it goes. That's the way life is, right? We have to take the good with the bad, and we have to roll with the punches. And we did our best today. So we hope that was we hope it was useful and beneficial for you today. Stuart says, love to all, peace to all. So people are saying their goodbyes and checking out. It's 4 hours, so you're more than welcome to say goodbye, and we hope to see you again. Tiffany says, thank you. Always appreciate the amount of time you share, and the knowledge is just beyond inspiring. Really hope your father will come through with grace. Big hugs. Thank you, Tiffany. We appreciate that. Leah says, thank you so much. Leah, thank you for being here. Hope to see you again next week. Benjamin says, love is the answer, which reminds me of the 80s song by England Dan and John Ford Coley. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on this timely topic, sir. Thank you, Benjamin, as always, and thank you for your timely and useful quotes sharing, and scripture sharing, and even the link sharing. Joanne says, this has been a most eloquent and graceful treatment of the subjects. Not easy to do, but you have that gift. Thank you, Attlas. And wishing the best for your father's health and strength. We appreciate that, Joanne, both that and the compliment. We do our best. Hopefully next week will be even better. We'll see how that goes. Mugaboo22 says, I guess sometimes it's better to love people from afar. There may be truth in that. There may be some truth in that. Benjamin says, praying for your father's speedy recovery. Thank you, Benjamin. And the other Benjamin Ochoa says, thanks, Attlas. Take care, and best wishes for your dad. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. We look forward to seeing you all again next week. Have a wonderful week. And we hope to have a new video out very soon based on our book. And again, of course, this week we will do our best to get some snippets from today's lecture and post them on YouTube and on Facebook as usual. So thank you all. Have a wonderful week. And as always, inferential peace, and may the light of love be with you and guide you and warm your heart always. Take care, everyone.